Good morning and welcome everyone. My name is Amy and today I will be with you for this morning's half of the show. It is good to be back at the Waterhole and we will see what today has. We are starting off here at Juma with who I assume is the one and only Dewey. This hippo has been given a name and he is often here at this particular waterhole on Juma Reserve. But a very warm welcome to all our viewers. Just a reminder to everyone that this is a live and interactive show. So please do send through all your comments and questions. We would absolutely love to hear from you as the show goes on and we hop over to different locations. There may be things that you want to share your thoughts on or perhaps ask a question about. So please do send those through either on YouTube or on the app or the website, however you choose to do that. Well, it looks like there's a slight breeze here at Juma and maybe a few clouds in the sky, but let's have a look at what the weather is doing across all our locations. Well, it looks like things are warming up for the most part across all the different locations today. Even here at Juma, high of 26. So the last few days have been quite a lot cooler. So slowly but surely the temperatures are picking up, everyone. Hi, Billy. Good morning to you as well. Welcome to the show. It's great to have you with us. And I will pass on your hello to everyone in FC as well. They all say hello back to you. It's great to have you with us this morning. I hope you do stick around and enjoy the show. I, like usual, don't know what to expect, but I'm hoping for some more elephants, of course. Perhaps even when Africam joins from midday, maybe some more elephants at Tembe or even those Nyala bulls again. That was great yesterday. So we'll have to see. Okukuyo as well is always a beautiful scene there. Maybe we'll pop in at Old Donyo depending on how stable our feeds are. But it is a wonderful privilege of the show that we're able to just hop on from one country to the next to see what's going on live in those locations. So that is a fantastic benefit of being able to watch live at the Waterhole. So I really do hope that you all enjoy the show today. This hippo is looking very comfy, I must say. If he didn't pop up his head every now and again, I would think maybe he's just a rock. Hi, Picasso. You want to know about baby hippos and why they are less buoyant. I assume Picasso has to do with their size. So, a baby hippo is a fraction of the size of mom. And so their lungs are a lot smaller, and buoyancy all has to do with the amount of air that's captured within the animal. So, the more air the lungs are filled with, the more the animal can float. And so a baby hippo can only breathe in so much, and then they start to sink. I do often see, especially with a baby hippo, just as well being smaller in size, hippos don't. In this hippo here is probably actually lying down on the floor of the dam, the bottom of the dam. So what's happening is that its legs are probably bent. Of course, I can't see under, but usually when they lie down like this, that is the case. They don't actually like to be in too deep water where they can't stand, because believe it or not, hippos can drown if they're in too deep water, or often when they're under the water, they're not so much swimming as they are actually running along the bottom of the waterhole or river floor. So perhaps not the greatest swimmers around, even though they live in the water. And so what happens is that if this hippo was to stand up, it would actually probably have half its body out of the water. But a baby hippo, of course, is a lot smaller and a lot shorter. And so they often will rest on mom's back or on her side or something like that to help get support. Because if they rested on the ground, then they wouldn't be able to breathe, because they, of course, need to come up for air. And with a baby hippo being a baby, it just is still needing to learn all the things about, increasing its lung capacity so it can hold its breath for long times like mom, and so would have to come up more and more often than the likes of an adult hippo because of its smaller lungs. And so because of that, it often finds itself resting on the back of mom, which is actually adorable. If anyone has ever seen that, it really is something that is very cute, especially the really tiny little baby hippos that you actually can't believe that a hippo can be so small.
Are you in search of a unique, unforgettable adventure in the wild? Imagine living with the animals you see on TV while getting an inside look at how a live safari TV show operates. We're thrilled to offer this experience through our 7, 14 and 28-day EcoCam experiences. To book your spot, visit wildearth.tv/EcoCam. Come and join us for the bush experience of a lifetime.
hippos also have bone density that ranges quite highly. So, with their bones being quite heavy, that also helps weight them down within the water. So, together with the fat and the watery environment that they live in, that then allows them to be more buoyant but also be weighted down. So, it's all balanced out for the hippo. It's interesting to take note there when this hippo raises its head above the water, how its ears, its eyes, and its nostrils are all in the same plane. And what I mean by that is that they're all in a line. So the hippo can raise its head minimally and hear, see, and smell/breathe. Its important senses are all exposed without it having to, lift its entire head or stand up or anything like that. So it's amazing how their design is perfect for what they need to do. There we go. We can actually see that, how they've adapted to their surroundings. It's actually very much the same for a crocodile, for these animals that spend most of their time in the water. Hi, Bill. You want to know how old a male hippo can live in the wild, and you just comment that Dewey has been here, as well, for a while. And it's true. I don't know exactly a number on how many years Dewey's been observed at Juma. I don't know if anyone has an exact figure for me. But hippos in general, their average lifespan is about 35 years. So that is actually quite a while, in terms of how long, we would see them for years and years on end, unless something particularly disastrous happens in terms of, there's a flood or their habitat's destroyed or something like that, which forces them to leave. We can see them in the same areas for years on end. So, Bill, yeah, about 35 years. But of course, in the wild, there's so many other factors that can come into play, specifically for male hippos. When it comes to being a dominant bull, there's some very vicious hippo fights that do go on, which may end a hippo's life early. And that could be 20, 25 years, when they first really start wanting to challenge other bulls. It only really happens later on, like I say, in sort of definitely towards the latter stages of their lives, where they're big enough and strong enough to challenge other dominant bulls. But that also depends on where they're located. If they're in an area that doesn't have many other bulls, they're going to be able to take over a territory at a lot younger age. And we see that actually happening with rhinos as well. That was an interesting thing that I was reading about a few years ago when poaching became such a huge issue in in rhinos. And all of a sudden it was noticed that the average age for a rhino bull to have a territory was no longer, they also live around 30, 35 years, or I think 40 years or so, 35, 40 years. And usually it was only, let's say when they reach 30, that they would start maybe, start being able to be dominant enough, or strong enough to compete because of the number of rhino, of course. But they found that bulls aged between 12 and 15 were already holding territories because of how few rhino were left. So it's all these things that are factors that come into play. And then, of course, that affects the age bull that we would see these animals live up to.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
All right, well, we're going to leave you to enjoy his waterhole this morning, and let's head over to Okakuyo. Well, another beautiful scene here today. with a blue sky, some springbuck, and I think zebra as well that have come down to drink.
Wenn du noch Kapazität übrig hast.
Well, it is another beautiful and warm day here at Okakuyo. I saw on the weather that it's about 37 degrees here Celsius, which is very warm indeed. So maybe we'll have some more elephants pop around at the waterhole. Wouldn't that be lovely? Also, just to apologize for any voices in the background that you may hear. Okukuyo is, of course, a lodge which guests can visit, and they do sometimes pick up the noise of them chatting in the background. So, if you are wondering what that was or is, that is why you can hear human voices. Hi, Lorenzo. Thank you for your question. You want to know how zebras can confuse predators with their stripes. Yeah, so it's an interesting one, and it's part of the reason why those stripes are so effective for zebras. In English, we call the collective noun for a group of zebras called a dazzle of zebra. And that actually refers to what you are talking about in terms of confusing a predator with their stripes. It sort of dazzles them. I don't know if you've ever seen a group of zebra all together, but sometimes when Africam joins us a little bit later, we may be able to head over to Oldonyo and see some zebra there. But if you have ever seen the zebra there, Lorenzo, that's a really good example when they're all at the waterhole together about how their stripes really do start to dazzle even me looking at them. it's very hard to distinguish one out of a group. And so when they all together like that, their stripes are it's very sort of bright in a way. And because there's so much black and white everywhere, it's difficult to tell a head from a tail. And so what that allows them to do is basically to conceal an individual shape in a group, which makes it a lot more difficult for a predator to single out one zebra. So for me, that is the way I understand the way the stripes help the zebras. So I hope that answers your question, Lorenzo. So if you are still watching, you asked a question earlier about hippos babies, about their buoyancy and that. And it's something that I actually went and read up a little bit more upon, because I was a little bit, you stated that the hippos babies are less buoyant, I think, than the adults. But it's something that I'm going to have to try and find out a little bit more information on, because from my understanding, actually, the hippo babies are actually more buoyant than the adults, because they're not as heavy, and they often are not able to weight themselves down all the way to the ground, and so they're able to float on top of the surface and then let their heads rest on mom so that they don't drift away. So that is my understanding, Picasso. It's an interesting point, though, and something that is often brought up when we think about hippos. Hippos aren't an animal that we're going to see here at Okukuyo in the waterhole, but they are quite common in other waterholes across more of some of the low felt locations in South Africa, like we just saw at Djuma. So it's a very interesting topic, and not one that I've actually ever thought about too much, but it's something that I will have to read up more on, Picasso. But if you have any information that you know, please do share. It's great to always find out some interesting new facts and things like that. But because hippos are so big, they have got dense bones and they're quite heavy, that they have to sort of stay in more shallow areas, because otherwise, like I said, they actually have a possibility of drowning. And as they intake air, they are able to have a little bit more buoyancy. But actually, for the most part, they're not very buoyant at all. It's a crazy thing to think about when you think that they live in water majority of the day. But in fact, they are not the best swimmers. In fact, some may say they can't even swim, although I personally wouldn't go that far, because it's a tricky one to say 100% on that they can't swim at all, whereas most mammals definitely have the ability to do that, but they much prefer to walk or run on the ground. Anyway, I just wanted to mention that again, as it's something that we want to make sure that we give out correct info, or if there's something that we still need to find out more about, that we do say so. So Picasso, thank you for that question. It's an interesting one, but like I say, I think that the babies are actually more buoyant than the adults, just because they are not as heavy. Anyway, back to Okukuyo here with the springbuck. they are enjoying the morning. I think there's some zebra on the other side coming further into the water. I can just see some legs and heads walking forward. So it could also be something like wildebeest. Oh, there we go. It is wildebeest indeed. I do love how the herds come down to Okokuyo and sort of bunch together and walk into the water, whether it's zebra or wildebeest or oryx.
This immersive program will give you an in-depth understanding of the African bush in as little as 7 days. You'll be guided by expert trainers who will lead you through the various ecosystems of Africa and teach you essential bush skills. Join Eco Training's 7 or 14-day EcoQuest course and you will receive 500 Rand off whether you sign up locally or internationally using this promo code. Further your journey as a true bush enthusiast today.
It is very interesting to me. Oh, now we have some oryx, or as we call them here in South Africa, Hemsbok, also coming down to the Waterhole. But what I was going to speak about is that there's one major game path. You can actually see it now where those wildebeest are walking. And almost all the groups of animals that come down to the water, some approach and return on the same game path. For example, zebra, these wildebeest have done it. But the elephants always approach from the left and walk off on that same path. So it's used by all the animals. And it's amazing how, of course, because it must be a lot easier to walk on that path than it is to walk through all these stones. You can see these Gemsbok now walking between all those stones. Can't be easy. So it's just clearly a chosen path way that these animals have used. And over the years and years and years, the stones have been cleared from side to side. And so there's some soil underneath or sand for them to be able to walk on. That's probably a lot more comfortable than the rocks.
Das ist noch ein Fischreiher, steht da auch noch. Ein Reiher so zwischen, ganz am Rand, wo die Springböcke jetzt ins Wasser gehen, ist ein Reiher, so ein grauer. Ja, ist so richtig. Die auch nicht so gut. Das ist ein weißer Reiher auch noch. Ein Einster.
Hi, Jane. Ooh, you've asked a really good question. You're wanting to know, how do you tell who the leader is in a herd of wildebeest? Well, Jane, generally that's just the one in front, I suppose. Wildebeest don't have a clear leader. They don't have a clear social structure, for example, like in elephants, where there's a matriarch that leads the herd and decides where they go and when they do what they do. In wildebeest, it's really just follow the one in front of you for the most part. And generally, the one in front is the one that is leading the others inadvertently. So even if it's not purposefully done, it is the ones that are ahead. And this is particularly interesting to see if you've ever seen footage, or maybe you've been lucky enough to visit the Great Migration, where they really do just follow the ones in front, and someone's got to make a choice. So they all sort of stand on the side of the Mara River looking. They know that someone's got to take the plunge first, and they know the risks. They are very aware that there are crocodiles in the river, and very often every single time they cross, one gets taken out by a croc. But they all sort of stand there and huff and puff, and some of them turn around and start walking backwards. Others, they all sort of look at each other, and you can just imagine what they're all thinking. Who's going to do it, who's going to go first. But it just takes one, and then the next one, and then eventually they all just follow. So no clear leader that stands out. So impossible to say, other than that they follow the one that leads from the front. And that can be any individual. I mean, you're not going to find a calf leading the herd or in front of the herd, but possibly some of the females with their youngsters, or males maybe that are all together. I don't know. There's no clear answer to a specific leader within the wildebeest herd. It's very much, just follow the one in front of you.
Frische, jetzt kommt die Tanne, oder? Giraffe, genau. Und frische Dung, hättest du eine?
Elefant, ja, hat er gesagt. Wahrscheinlich waren die schon da von den ersten Tagen. Aber jetzt möchte ich noch Giraffen trinken sehen. Oh ja, das wäre toll. Ja. Wo sind sie?
Die Tanne, wartet.
Ah ja, die warten.
Wenn wir jetzt ja gehört.
Kommen sicher. Ja, die Zebras, ja.
Also riesiges auch hat die Tanne.
Ja. Weißt du, wenn die rennen, die können eigentlich auch noch schnell rennen. Denkst du gar nicht.
Hi, Emu. You want to know about how often a wildebeest herd like that would need to visit a waterhole? I would say probably once a day. Wildebeest, they don't necessarily have to drink every single day, like elephant or buffalo. So it's actually, of course, I don't watch these cameras 24/7. But that's probably maybe the second or third time in a session of Live at the Waterhole. The other day I was on for the entire morning and afternoon waterhole, and I didn't see the wildebeest come down to drink at all. So they're not as, sort of routinely based water drinkers as something like a herd of elephants, or, well, these springbok are here all the time, aren't they? So it's difficult to say 100% for sure. But yeah, from my understanding, wildebeest, maybe they'd come once a day, but possibly even once every 2 or 3 days, we'd see a herd come down. Now, whether that's the same herd or not, or whether there's an alternative water source that they'd move to, those are all different factors that need to be considered. But they aren't necessarily a very heavily water-dependent species. But thanks, Emu, for your question. I think I see some giraffes in the background there, everybody. I wonder if they are going to come any closer. That would be lovely to see at Okakuyo, not something that we see all the time.
Nee.
Eine Scheu.
It does look like they are moving slowly but surely. Actually, on that same pathway that I was thinking about, wildebeest that walked off. So let's keep our eyes on them and see if they make their way all the way to the water.
Die das kommt näher, der kommt jetzt
Ah ja, der
trinken.
kommt, ja. Die anderen warten noch etwas.
Ja, die sind ein bisschen skeptisch dort.
Wegen dem anderen. Die schauen dann mehr auf diese.
Weiß nicht. Ja, die schauen in die Richtung.
Ja, sie schauen immer zum anderen. Schau mal da, noch mehr Springböcke, ganze Herde da, ganz am Horizont.
Ah ja, ja, ja.
Ja, ganz hinten.
Ja, ja, überall.
Da hat der Riesand dann mehr.
Oryx hat gerade gefunden. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Zebra van daar was het.
Ja, Zebra. Ah, Eis.
Die vrienden.
Nein, Eis ist bei den Giraffen vorne. Eis ist
What if you could explore the world from an entirely new perspective? Flying a real drone live without leaving home. This is Nature Eye. Discover our planet's landscapes with a personal guide and a powerful camera. Every flight helps conserve the locations you visit. Book your adventure with Nature Eye.
They bend them, they put their long necks all the way down. And for them to get out of that position and move quickly, it's not a quick thing. In fact, it is probably the best time to try and attack a giraffe if you are a predator. So, because of that, they are very aware that they are vulnerable when they go down to drink. And so they are just checking behind every tree for as long as it takes until they are satisfied to make sure that there's nothing there around that would make them feel uncomfortable in any way. So I hope that answers your question, Carol.
ja, irgendwie, sie schauen sich ständig an.
But it's just because of the giraffe shape, the way they are. Oh, there's one approaching from the other side as well, meeting up with his friends at the watering hole. because they are so big, so tall, so long, that coming down to the water is a risky exercise for them. More risky, should I say, than these other animals.
Ja, stimmt. Das ist vielleicht der Boster. Der Boster kommt oder sowas. Ja, lustig.
Aber er hat ja gesagt, wenn sie den abgerissen werden, die eine steuert da durch, der andere geht durch und der trifft sicherlich manchmal lang nicht mehr. Und irgendwann treffen sie sich.
Jetzt muss ich schauen, jetzt kann ich die kann ich dann nicht lesen. Einen ist gegangen. Das ist speziell. Ja. Vielleicht. Wo ist die vom Ab wieder? Mhm. Aber wie geht der Fuß aus? Macht's mehr. Was war das? Muss ich den Rucksack haben? Was kann das denn machen?
Ist das Ding nicht dabei?
Ja, da habe ich einen Rucksack. Das ist nicht gut. Ja, das geht jetzt. Ich denke, dass er einen Tag muss so haben mindestens. Aber jetzt kann ich nicht gut erkennen, wie das ist.
Nein. Das habe ich schon noch nicht.
Mhm.
Ja, ich denke da.
Mhm.
Die guckt genau hierher.
Ja?
Sieht so aus, als würde sie einen direkt angucken.
Hallo.
Richtig nach dem Motto, was guckst du denn so blöd?
Ja, guck doch nicht so. Ja, kommen wieder Knus von links. Oh ja, du, da wird einem nie langweilig. Du warst wirklich immer. Der ist auch größer, oder? Der eine.
Würde ich auch sagen. Der rechte ist ziemlich klein.
Ja. Ich habe immer noch.
Noch ein bisschen skeptisch, ne?
kleine Tiere. Oh, das ist Müllwürste.
Ja, die sind nicht geil. Und die Giraffe auf die Zipfel gewaschen. Ja, die gehen so, die Kobras, schau. Sehen die elegant aus.
Jetzt ein bisschen gemessen, soll ich das auch ehrlich sagen. Jetzt kann ich die andere da mit der großen Ohr.
Die Gazellen,
Ja.
Jetzt kann ich hier drauf hoch.
Das ist noch angetragt.
Die anderen Bakterien mit den guten Hornen da. Ja, ein Guru. Aber die sehen uns und das passt denen nicht. Das ist das Spiegelbild. Ja. Wir lieber ein Bier. Schnell auch und sofort trinken, aber die schauen. Die schauen das Feder und das ist aber so nicht. Vielleicht warten wir ein paar aufeinander, bis alle da sind. Und so lange nicht schreiben.
Siehst du das Fernglas? Dass du die Stellung studieren kannst.
Well, there we go, everyone. The giraffe have finally made their way to the water. And they are starting to drink. Well, that was actually lovely to be able to watch this giraffe far in the distance make their way all the way down that game trail to the water. And now we have this beautiful scene in front of us. Well, how peaceful is this, everybody? I don't know where you are watching from today or what you are busy doing on this Saturday, the 4th day of November, but I hope that this brightens your day just a little bit, bringing a bit of the African bush to wherever you are. Please let me know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear from you. It's always great to know. We often have viewers from all over the world joining us. And maybe it's your first time. Maybe you haven't seen Live at the Waterhole before. And if so, a very warm welcome to you. It's great to have you with us. And I do hope that you're enjoying watching these beautiful scenes across Africa. Carol, now we can see exactly how these giraffe do their thing when they come down to drink. So their caution seemed to have paid off. I don't see any threats looming behind them at the moment, but even so, you can still see just how much they do check around them all the time.
Eco Training's professional field guide course can make your dreams a reality. This comprehensive program comprises 5 months of theoretical and practical training in the African bush with highly qualified instructors in multiple locations. Enroll today and receive 5,000 Rand off using the promo code. If you've just finished school or tertiary education and you want to head into the wild, Eco Training's professional field guide course is for you.
Langsam zum Auto, holen wir ein Eis oder ein Cola und langsam das Ding wird oder nicht ausgehen, dann machen wir das wieder rein. Es wird ja heiß mit dem See. C'est bon, oui. Ça va? D'accord? À Robert? Nein. Lass abhauen. Das ist ja nicht wieder Zeit, das war sehr gut. How is the podcast? It's good? Enjoying it?
Good.
Yeah. Lovely.
Alle op.
Alle.
Jetzt habe ich
Alle.
alle op.
Alle hoch. Andiamo auf Italiano.
Vamos a Frieden.
Subito.
This giraffe that has just bent down now has done one of the widest stances that I've ever seen. When it comes to a giraffe coming down to drink, they usually don't spread their legs quite so wide as that. All right, everyone. Well, now that we have seen those giraffes come down to the water and have a refreshing drink, let's head on over to Juma to see what's happening over there. Well, we are looking at some impala, everyone. Females by the looks of it. And I'm wondering if there's a particular individual in this group that we are looking at here. We were looking at her yesterday. She has quite a big wound on her right sort of hip side area. So, but I don't see any with any marks on here, so perhaps she is around. They are usually within the area between Juma Dam and up in the plains of the quarantine area, which is just a little bit sort of behind the bushes where these impala are standing. So we'll have to keep our eye on her. We were just chatting about how well and resilient she has been with a absolutely massive wound on the side of her body. She did look pregnant as well, as do these impalas here. We can just see their rounded bellies, all expecting their little ones very soon. There is a male over there on the left. Can actually note the difference now between a male with his belly compared to these females. Although he does look healthy and, you know, not skinny as such, these females really do have this bulge underneath them now. It looks like they've swallowed a balloon. We had a prediction for the 6th of November to see the first lamb, which is not tomorrow but Monday. So we'll have to keep our eyes peeled to see if there is a little one that we can see for the very first time here on the Waterhole show. I think I guessed the 12th, so it would be another week or so from tomorrow. So we'll just have to see, everyone. It is going to be very exciting when we do see that first little calf. Oh, sorry, lamb. Hi Nina, you want to know if all impalas in Africa breed at the same time, and the answer to that question is no, they don't. So the impalas that we would find up in Kenya in East Africa do not have the same breeding mating season as the impalas that we find in South Africa, and that's due to, you know, the climate changes and differences of the equator compared to the subtropical region that we find ourselves in here. They have rains, and sort of the supply of food is much larger spread throughout the year, whereas here we have a very fixed dry and wet season. Although the gestation would be the same between the animals, of course, as they are the same species. Sorry everyone, I thought that these impalas were actually on the closer side of the waterhole, but they're actually on the far side, so I had my bearings a little bit off there. but we can see these oxpeckers having a real feast here on these impalas today. Sure.
Welcome to Destination Safari's WildEarth travel show that showcases safari lodges. On today's episode, we are exploring Amakala's Bush Lodge. This is a luxury 5-star bush tented camp. Luxury suites look onto an open wildlife watering hole.
Still nowhere near as many as we usually see here at Jamala, these elephants, but still a few nonetheless. We may actually see the numbers increase as the day goes on into the afternoon. But our first elephants of the day, so this is lovely. right, everyone. Well, we are so happy to be here with some elephants at Jamala. I was just mentioning how it is nowhere near the usual number that we have here. Sure, it seems like sometimes there are just so many elephants everywhere you look, but I'm sure that more and more are going to be returning for water and splashing and mud wallowing as the temperature increases over the next few days. But lovely to see elephants back here again. We did have a few yesterday. But it never tires looking at these beautiful animals drinking here at Madikwe. And in a few minutes, we are going to be adding our Africam locations. So we do a little bit of a reintroduction of the show in case anyone isn't familiar with that. So just to be aware that that's going to be happening, and then we'll have a few more locations to be able to go and visit, which is exciting. It's always great to have other places to go and see what's happening there. Because you never know. The other day, I think it was earlier this week actually, we had a live wild dog kill on camera. Most unexpected. None of us, of course, know what's going to come across our screens, but it's all to do with a little bit of luck, of course. But that's the beauty of the show, of having Africam locations added onto the Waterhole shows. And why we all come back every day to see what is going to happen next. Well, welcome everyone to Tembe in KwaZulu-Natal of South Africa. Courtesy of Africam, this is a wonderful start to the show, or this portion of the show, should I say. These elephants are having a fantastic time here, getting themselves all splashed with mud. And with it now being exactly in the middle of the day here in South Africa, these elephants are, I'm sure, starting to get quite warm. And so when that happens, especially now in summer, it's a great time to plan a safari if you want to see elephants behave this way. It's not something that we often see them do in the winter, just because it's not that hot. So even though it's still relatively warm compared to other places in the world's winters, it's not quite hot enough for them to have swimming sessions and mud wallowing every day. Whereas if you do embrace the heat of an African summer, you will be rewarded with elephants like this having a marvelous time at Waterholes. Alright everyone, well unfortunately we've got a little bit of a buzz on the microphone here at Tembe, so we are going to head over to Okakuyo. Oh, and it looks like we have some zebras coming down to the water, so good timing there. In the beginning of the show, we were talking about zebras dazzling the predators, and although it's not quite as close up here, so we don't have that same sort of crisp image because we are zooming in across the other side of this waterhole, you do get an idea of how those stripes on stripes on stripes give that dazzling impression. Especially with more zebras on their way, perhaps we'll see that a bit more clearly. But what a beautiful sighting to see these animals come to drink.
Is your heart easily stolen by small paws and soft sores? The season just keeps on getting cuter. Come along for a Wild Babies Fireside Chat. Join our naturalists for the final debate on who the cutest baby in the wild is. Stay tuned for more adorableness on a screen near you. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
В центре плавают, завалячие.
Всегда бы еще
Обратно.
хорошего.
Отдай, погляди. Пожалуйста.
Alright, well, it looks like some of these zebras have already finished their drink for today. But while the others continue to do their thing, let's head over and check in at Comfort's Dam for the first time today.
Зебренок какой-то. А можно видео сделать?
Right, well, here are the flamingos and the red-knobbed coots that we've become so familiar with at this location. Definitely looks like it's warmed up, everybody. Just have a look at how the flamingos are foraging. When it's quite chilly, we often see them. Of course, it depends on the time of the day as well, but when it is cooler, we do often see them all tucked away, standing very still, trying to keep warm, but here they are on the move. looks like there are some more further back to the right. They look more to be resting than these ones out here. It's a little bit shallow over there as well, so perhaps they have done some of the feeding they need to do and they just digesting. And then we've got the ones with a bit more energy here in the deeper water, filter feeding in the dam. And so what we're watching here, everyone, is these flamingos feeding basically, and what they do is, we call it filter feeding like I mentioned just now, but perhaps that's not something that everyone understands or know what exactly that means. So basically the flamingo will pass through the water and mud, soil, whatever that's in the water through its beak and its tongue, and filter out little crustaceans or larvae or aquatic invertebrates that it may find. So it takes big gulps in, and if you want to have a look at what it actually looks like, do look up a picture of inside a flamingo's mouth. It is quite fascinating the way that it's able to do what it does, and therefore not having to actually ingest any of the mud, which is remarkable, and get all the little things that it is hoping to eat, like shrimps, crustaceans, maybe little mollusks, anything like that, into its belly. It's also part of the reason why their necks are so long, because they need to be able to go quite far into the water, touch the ground even, be able to turn their head upside down, and that very long flexible neck allows them to do just that. still quite an overcast day here in Kimberley as well. You can just see the water looks quite grey. Alright, well now that it has quietened down slightly here, let's head back over to Okakuyo and see what's happening over there. Well, it looks like some oryx have now come down to the water as well. 1 or 2 zebras there, as well as some springbuck. But a fantastic scene nonetheless. It really has been a wonderful morning so far, everyone, and the best news is that you still have a whole afternoon to come. Sometimes I feel bad for these gemsbok walking into the water. It seems like every now and again they land on a rock and they trip a bit. But I have another 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes, before I hand over to Liam, who will be taking over for the rest of the afternoon here at the Waterhole. I'm sure he's also looking forward to seeing what you all see for the rest of the show. But I think it has been a fantastic morning and a great start to the Waterhole today. Oh, we have a Gemsbok going for a full-on swim there on the left. I wonder if it does actually have to swim or if it can walk the whole way across. This waterhole is actually a lot deeper than I first imagined it to be when I first saw it. And you can see as they move, the coloration of the water changes slightly as their feet pick up some of the soil from the bottom of the water and bring it up to the surface. We don't actually see that when the springbok move into the water because they are much smaller. But when we have, let's say, a herd of elephants that come here like they have done this week and swim around, the whole waterhole gets a bit of a churn up before it all settles back down again. These Gemsbok don't necessarily need to drink every day, but we do see these animals tend to come to the water every day. I've seen oryx come to drink because, of course, if it is available, why not? And also just to cool down. You can imagine, I mean, I think it's 37 degrees, 39 degrees in Namibia today. And it's only going to get hotter. It's November now. I mean, January and February is really the hottest months here in Southern Africa. So I'm sure this cool water, even just to stay a little bit damp throughout the day, is a reason enough to visit the waterhole.
Attention all teachers. Round up your bundles of joy and get comfortable because WildEarth Kids Safaris are here to stay. Go to our website and sign your class up for a special virtual safari with interactive learning tailored for kids.
Good afternoon or good morning, boys and girls from all over the world.
Spoil your kids with some wild fun for 1 hour every weekday on our afternoon drives. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
We've had quite a few different species come down to the waterhole today. So it'll be interesting if we do get the elephants here as well. It's amazing how quiet it's now gotten here at Okakuyo. Just a few of those gemsbok still drinking and some springbuck as well. All right, well, while things are quieting down here, let's head over to Tau Lodge. So still quite quiet here as well, everyone. I still haven't seen an elephant at Tau Lodge since the colder weather has come through. But the spoonbill is still here, and a beautiful one at that. A lovely scene with his reflection, or its reflection, in the water. Now we can see exactly how that spoonbill feeds everybody. Quite vigorously, actually, the way it moves back and forth its bill. Looks like some spur-winged geese on the left, and I actually think these are two, I can't see the detail, but possibly yellow-billed ducks in the center here, and then some Egyptian geese on the right. So quite a few water birds around. So overall, still quite quiet here at Tau Lodge. I thought maybe we would see a waterback or even zebra, but oh, that spoonbill gave the duck a little bit of a fright. Those actually looked like two red-billed teals, which is a new species for me here at Tau. The ones that are just walking to the right of the spoonbill.
A change in season affects us all, and WildEarth likes to help our global family keep up with the times. The end of October will see Europe and the UK shift an additional hour behind, and the start of November will see the US shift an additional hour behind. Stay connected to nature and your favorite shows with these new times. Don't miss a moment with WildEarth.
We can see the spoonbill now preening itself, using its bill to just go through all its feathers, realign them, maybe get rid of any excess water in between there. I'm sure with its feeding technique that often sometimes its feathers do get misplaced. And so it's very important for all birds actually to make sure they do look after their feathers. All right, well, we are going to leave Tau and head over to Jamala. Well, everybody, it has been a fantastic time with you this morning, and a little bit of the afternoon as well. Shortly, I'm going to be handing over to Liam, who's going to take over from me and will be with you until the end of the show at 3 p.m. So thank you all for joining me. Please don't leave. Please stay tuned. It's just the end of my half. The show will continue on, and I will see you all again tomorrow.
Coming to you live from my home in Nelspruit, a little town in South Africa's northeast, but checking out some wonderful wild scenes from Jamala in Madikwe Game Reserve. My name is Liam Burrow. I'm the very fortunate naturalist that is going to be chatting to you through the second half of the Live at the Waterhole show for this afternoon. And what a splendid afternoon it is turning into by the looks of things. Jamala is a hive of activity, something we're getting quite used to with regular visits to this part of the world. Doesn't look like a whole mountain of activity around the waterhole itself, but a little breeding group of wildebeest, blue wildebeest that is, and a number of African elephants, African savanna elephants to be more specific. Isn't that marvelous? A couple of zebra as well. Sure, isn't that nice? It looks like pretty much everybody here has kind of finished up on missions to the water's edge to drink. Now perhaps just doing a little bit of grazing on some very fresh shoots of grass that will be erupting after that rainfall that blew through here a couple of days ago. You can already see a light tinge of green across that bare, fairly barren looking land. Again, the transformation kind of brought on by the catalyst that is rain is seriously rapid. Now this place is going to be almost unrecognizable as we move into the wet season now, and it won't take long. Very cheeky little elephant there. I wonder if he'll give this wildebeest another charge. Lots of attitude for someone so small. And very often that is the case with elephants. They seem to suffer from a very heavy dose of short man syndrome. So the smaller the elephant, the bigger the attitude. But it's all fun and games, nothing too serious. A very pregnant looking wildebeest cow there. The one sort of just turning around in the middle of those two groups. See a very full looking belly. Again, wildebeest are one of many species of animal, of plains game species, that seems to time the arrival of their young pretty perfectly to the arrival of the fresh shoots of the new grass. Now, there is method in that. Obviously, for that cow to produce enough very nutrient-rich milk to raise that calf and to get it to rapidly gain weight, she needs to be eating pretty well as well. makes enough sense. If you've ever sort of raised a family, had kids, a lactating mom needs to have a very, very good diet. It puts a lot of strain on her body. So with the arrival of that fresh grass, this cow's milk will be full of nutrients, full of the right fats, full of colostrum, and that is a recipe for building big babies. Lots of attitude from that young Ellie. Pick on someone your own size, why don't you? Though the body language is very confrontational, most of this is just play. It's just chucking his weight around, so to speak. I think the wildebeest are probably quite fun to play with because they don't resist, they just run away. Lets that young elephant feel very big and very intimidating, which it is. Even at that size, it's maybe a 7 or 8-year-old calf. It probably weighs about 2 tons, maybe 1.5 tons, something like that. So that's a pretty intimidating thing for a wildebeest. In the absence of wind here, we're able to get a lovely zoomed in view with a nice stable lens today. Looks like that little calf is attempting to have a drink. You'll also note that an elephant's breasts are between her front legs. Something pretty unique to these guys. And interestingly, also unique to their nearest relative in this environment, which is the hyrax. In South Africa, people know it as the dassie. It's almost this little sort of furry guinea pig type animal that lives up in the rocks. And yeah, indeed, that is an elephant's closest relative. It's a bit mind-blowing.
The expert in anything was once a beginner. November 17th is International Students' Day. Join us as we have budding naturalists learn from our wildlife experts on Drive. Come along as we demonstrate various critical guiding techniques, from good communication to tracking. Find out about all the tips and tricks and earn your safari stripes. Don't miss out on the fun. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Yeah, I reckon this herd is gradually moving away, perhaps done with their activity around the waterhole for this afternoon. But that's quite all right. I think we expect a steady stream of wildlife to many of our locations on this particular afternoon. It promises to be a great day. And certainly we've been blessed with some incredible sightings here live at the waterholes in recent shows. So I'm eager to see what's out and about. But one thing's for sure, elephants abound. They don't seem to be in short supply at any of our spots. What a pleasure. So again, this elephant family is probably one of the most structured family units in nature. At the heart of it all is a very senior, well-experienced female. A couple of zebra there. It looks like perhaps a yearling foal on the right, and then the mare on the left once again is very, very pregnant. Much like the wildebeest, zebra foals can arrive at almost any time during the year, but certainly there is a bit of a spike in the arrivals of new foals through the wet season. And that's a very good thing. Better to be born when resources are plentiful absolutely everywhere. This one coming up looked to me like a stallion, almost certainly the dominant stallion in this herd. It's interesting that the herds are sort of ruled by a stallion, governed by them, and in some ways kind of protected by a dominant stallion. But a lot of the day-to-day decisions are actually made by an adult female. She's referred to as a pathfinder, and her job is basically to navigate a safe path through this environment. Oh no, perhaps I was wrong about our ellies. Maybe they are actually just arriving at the water. We'll see what happens. Taking a moment to scratch a particular itch there, I think. Definitely a light green carpet of new shoots starting to emerge there on the ground. I can't wait. I love to see the bush looking lush and healthy. This big cow definitely having a bit of a scratch in a hard to reach spot there. And you can see she's not the first elephant to use this log. Now that log is a leadwood tree limb, one of the densest woods in this entire environment. It is so dense, in fact, that if thrown into water, it will actually sink straight to the bottom. And so dense that a cubic meter of it, 3 cubic feet, weighs something like 1.2 metric tons. It's one of the heaviest woods in the world. Don't know what these ellies are up to. They seem to be, some of them kind of spreading out, heading up into the woodlands to feed. But this lone cow has other plans. Maybe time for one last sip from that purest of water sources where it comes out of the outlet on this side. Elephants, once again, are particularly fussy drinkers. Ideally, they won't drink dirty water. I think that's exactly what she's going to do. Yeah. So this particular point is where this waterhole is artificially pumped from. There is a borehole outlet over here. And that is the spot where the very freshest water comes up from the water table many hundreds of meters below. Now, she's not actually drinking with her trunk, but the trunk is a pretty incredible organ. So she'll be able to draw up probably 10 or so liters of water into that trunk, hold on to them for a second. Then she shuts off a valve, tips the trunk up towards her mouth, lifting her head, and she blasts the majority of that water into her mouth and throat. They can also do a similar thing with mud, chucking it onto their backs, and even spraying dust onto their bodies. Incredible that we don't hear them sneezing. Boggles my mind. I feel like the tiniest amount of dust in the air and my my sinuses shut down completely. I'm a sneezing mess. But I guess elephants have had 60 or so million years to get all of that evolution right. Still Jamala here in Madikwe Game Reserve, right up in South Africa's northwest, up on the boundary with Botswana, the next door neighboring country to the north, is looking very, very dry compared to the area that I'm in South Africa's northeast, closer to the Kruger National Park. And we are starting to look pretty lush already. The simple factor of it is we are much closer to the very warm Indian Ocean where I am. A lot of our weather comes off the coast of Mozambique. That hot Indian Ocean releasing a whole lot of latent energy, plenty of moist air which blows inland, condenses, and you have nice summer rainfall. But yeah, Madikwe should get its fair share soon enough. This too shall pass. does look slightly overcast here in Madikwe, so perhaps there's a hint that maybe in the coming days a little drop or two more rainfall will arrive. But it's presenting some wonderful fair conditions today. Relatively calm winds, quite manageable temperatures. We should be seeing good levels of animal activity across the area through the second half of this Live at the Waterhole show. Again, I'm looking forward to checking out some of our other locations to see what the African bush has in store for us today. Cool. Well, speaking of Madikwe, I think it might now be time to check in at Tau Lodge, relatively nearby, to see what's happening around the water there. So back up to Tau, a little bit further north in this Madikwe Game Reserve. A pretty busy looking scene around the water's edge. A big troop of baboons coming in, a number of water birds doing their thing. And there was a brief view of a fairly lazy looking crocodile up on the bank as well. These baboons kind of rummaging through those countless piles of elephant dung in the back there. Elephant dung very often attracts beetles, which will lay their eggs. Grubs start to develop. It might have a couple of earthworms also coming up out of the soil to feed on it. Baboons, like humans, are omnivores, so not just feeding on fruit and plant material, but they like animal protein as well, in particular insects. Very, very opportunistic. And they have a highly evolved set of very dexterous fingers, with opposable thumbs, I might add, which make the work of picking insects out of that roughage much easier. Oh, two crocs, one on the right, one on the left. Very well camouflaged in this quite grey landscape. Now, on land, those baboons are quite safe. Crocodiles don't have the element of surprise, and baboons are much too quick on their feet to be captured by a croc. But when that croc goes into the water, if a baboon goes down on its haunches right at the edge and has a drink, it could very easily be grabbed by a Nile crocodile. And they are. Truth be told, there isn't much that a crocodile won't try and eat in terms of mammals. If they can overpower it and drag it into the water, they will eat it. That goes for all of the other predators: lion, leopard, wild dog, hyenas, cheetah, and virtually all the herbivores. And the only real exception is probably the elephant, which is just simply too big and too powerful to be dragged in. Now, on a slightly cool and overcast day, such as today is in Madikwe, these crocs are battling a little bit to get enough exposure to the sun's charging rays to actually get the energy they need to kind of go swimming and do their thing. So I would think they're probably just trying to maximize the amount of heat and light they can get exposed to today in the hopes of kind of drawing any power at all. Cleo, that is an excellent question, and good afternoon. Wonderful to have you on board at Live at the Waterhole. So that bare patch that you can see on all baboon bottoms is actually a callus. It comes from that baboon kind of repeatedly sitting down, much like a person does throughout its life. No hair grows there. But in females of the Chacma baboon, so this baboon species that we're looking at, and the tissue around the bottom is affected by estrogen. So a female that is coming close to estrus, a female that's coming into heat, she's beginning to release eggs to be fertilized, all of the tissue around there becomes very, very, very swollen. So it gets red. It actually can get to a point where it looks pretty infected and pretty revolting. But essentially, to a male baboon, that is a very, very clear indication that that female is available and in need of mating. Now that's true of the Chacma baboon. If you head up to places like the Congo, where something like the mandrill baboon is found, and the male is actually the very colorful one. He's got the bright bottom, and I think the mandrill baboon from those Congo forests is what sort of a lot of cartoon ideas of the colorful bottom of a baboon have actually come from. They're worth a Google if you don't know what I'm talking about. A mandrill, M-A-N-D-R-I-L-L, mandrill baboon. And in those baboons, all of that color, all of that bare skin is affected by testosterone. Once again, another reproductive hormone. So the theory being, the higher the levels of testosterone, the healthier and more virile the male, the more color. And that's a very visual signal to females, and that he's the one they should be trying to mate with. It is essentially peacocking. It's all about mate selection.
Hickory dickory dock, the kids ran to the spot. The clock struck 4, the kids sat down, hickory dickory dock. Our Kids Safaris bring interactive entertainment and learning to the future protectors of our world for 1 hour every weekday during our safari drives. Watch it live on your nearest device. Don't miss out on the fun. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Yeah, it looks like that baboon troop is gradually moving away. But thankfully, still quite a bit of bird life around. Those red-knobbed coots are swimming around in the shallows there. Looks like a couple of white-faced whistling ducks as well. And the ever-present black-winged stilt kind of out in the middle of the water there. As we move into the wetter period towards the end of our calendar year, many of these waterbird species will be thinking about trying to find a place to lay some eggs and raise a family as well. Many of these ducks and geese and things are being seen in pairs at the moment. And truth be told, even the crocodiles should be thinking about nesting. Croc nesting usually taking place around November, December, sort of the height of our summer. A big female Nile crocodile will haul herself out of the water to a relatively safe distance. Usually with a bird of elevation, she doesn't want that nest to get flooded out should a lot of rainfall arrive and the water level suddenly rise. So she'll dig a hole about 60 centimeters into the earth, deposit anywhere between 10 and about 80 hard-shelled eggs, depending on the size of the croc. The bigger the croc, the more eggs. Incubation is about 90 days, depending on the temperature. And the eggs, once again, are temperature sex dependent. So the temperature of incubation determines what the gender of those hatchlings is going to be. It's usually quite a nice spread because she lays the eggs in layers. So the lowest layers will be the coolest ones. Those hatch into females, and the warmer ones closest to the surface will hatch into males. And it's amazing. Reptiles are not usually known for kind of parental care, parental responsibility. But the crocodile sort of breaks that kind of very generalized rule. Once those eggs start to hatch way beneath the surface of the soil, the little neonates, the little hatchlings begin to call. They cry out. The female croc, who's been waiting very close by the entire time, defending that nest from things like monitor lizards, things like baboons, monkeys. She'll hear those calls, hauls herself back up onto land, very gently digs the nest out, and then she will scoop out all of the hatchlings and, carry them down to the water where she lets them swim. She can be so gentle around this time that any hatchlings that are trapped within the shells of the eggs that are perhaps too weak to hatch out by themselves, she'll actually scoop those eggs up and very gently roll them between her back teeth, or squashing them between her tongue and her palate, cracking the shells and letting those youngsters out. And then she takes it even further. She'll guard those babies for a couple of weeks as they kind of start to figure out the environment, start to hunt. And there's a whole lot of peril out there for them when they're only a foot long. Even this grey heron in the foreground is an expert hatchling crocodile killer. He'll eat them whole. But give it a year, that crocodile will have grown to about 3 foot long, and the tables can turn. But it's quite probable that only about 1 or 2% of those hatchlings will make it, and even to the 1 year mark. Basically everything wants to eat them, even the bigger fish. It is a tough gig. Lenny, a whole lot of migratory bird species will come through Tau. Things like the European bee-eaters are already arriving. They spend our dry season in places like southern Europe. They go towards the Mediterranean, sort of fatten up, feed on insects and stuff there, and then make the massive migration, a couple of 1,000 miles, all the way back down to where they bred the year before. Sometimes returning to the very same spot to collect nature's bounty of insects that are sort of brought to life with the coming greenery. Yeah, and of course it's not just limited to those bee-eaters. Loads and loads of things will be coming down. I've been hearing the red-chested cuckoos in my garden here in Nelspruit already. The red-chested cuckoos go all the way up to the Congo. Amur falcons to parts of Eastern Europe. They'll be returning soon. Dozens and dozens of species. Yeah, scientists still don't quite understand how birds manage to navigate so expertly. Our best theory at this stage, and it is an evolving theory, is possibly they do have some greater connection to the Earth's magnetic forces than we do. So, yeah, perhaps they've got some kind of inbuilt compass system that can help them travel all those thousands of miles. That's something that we as humans definitely don't have. Two relatively big crocs, I'd say like 3, maybe 3.5 meters, 10 or 12 feet long, something like that. Yeah, certainly big enough if they grabbed you by the arm to end your story for you. And those white-faced whistling ducks I was talking about, a little flock of them there. This is just the right habitat for these guys. They like sort of water vegetation, spots where there's a bit of cover. And they're mostly herbivorous, feeding on fresh shoots, feeding on underwater vegetation, that sort of thing. But at this time of year, when they're starting to produce eggs and starting to fatten themselves up for the breeding season, things like snails are an excellent source of protein and calcium and all of the essential elements. I'm sure there are some aquatic snails in this green stuff. And they make a really nice whistling call, as their name suggests, the whistling duck. I've got no audio of these sort of scenes we're looking at, but you might get it once in a while. It's a lovely little whistling call. It's probably the closest that I can get. Not a professional whistler. Certainly a very well-fed looking crocodile. You do occasionally see them looking quite skinny. And again, as we know, I've certainly mentioned it myself in a number of segments, crocs are pretty hardy things. They can go immense stretches of time without access to food and water if they have to. Picasso, thanks for your question there. You've asked about the ridges on the back of a crocodile there. So those ridges are actually referred to as scutes, the individual scales. and those scutes are actually originally scales, so originally made of keratin, but they rapidly begin to ossify as that crocodile matures. What that means is they basically turn to bone. So it quite literally is a bony plate along that crocodile's back, almost certainly to protect it from the hooves and occasionally the teeth of the prey items that it's actually feeding on. There's also potentially some sort of hydrodynamic benefit there, channeling water along the back, possibly to do with their streamlining, their swimming abilities. And I reckon there's possibly a camouflage benefit as well. It helps to break up that crocodile's outline in the water. And now these ducks are very capable swimmers. Yeah, a bit of a calm scene here today. not a whole lot of activity in terms of large mammals, and that's probably to do with the overcast conditions. It's just not that hot. Nobody's feeling all that thirsty. But that could obviously change. And most wildlife still, even when the temperature is a bit lower, still need to drink at some stage. Super. Well, a location that we don't spend a whole lot of time at is Tembe Elephant Park in South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal province. So I think perhaps let's check in there now. Wonderful. Looks like a big elephant bull having a good wallow in the mud here at Tembe, which is looking very similar to the weather where I am today. Hot and sunny. At Tembe, right close to South Africa's east coast. It's also very close to the warm Indian Ocean. So this place has got quite a bit more rainfall over the last couple of weeks. Hence that lovely emerald green grass all over the place. Big herd of impala in the background as well. We keep an eye out every time we're here for elephant tuskers. This Tembe area is famous for some incredible elephant genetics, possibly even rivaling some of the biggest of Kruger's bulls in terms of tusk size. And many of these craters, such as the one this elephant is actually standing in, are actually made by wallowing elephants. And they're kind of deepened and widened by the activity that he's doing right at this very second, sloshing around with one of his front feet. And in many ways, what we're witnessing is the creation of a natural pan. So while ellies can be a bit of a destructive force in nature, and certainly they are destructive, they can also construct elements of the environment as well. Quite a big bull coming down on the opposite side by the looks of things. Some very nice tusks. Jeepers, yeah, that is a big guy. Now let's see if we can get a nice view of this chap. Beautiful big bull. He also looks like he's radio collared by the looks of things. He is definitely. As quite an impressive looking bull, the management of this reserve obviously wants to keep an eye on him for his own safety. Once again, there are many people out there that would love the opportunity to track down and shoot this elephant in order to take away those ivory tusks and sell them. Another quite a big bull behind him. Once again, this is a bachelor group. Whoa, check it out. No, another one. Excuse me. Yeah, these all look like males to me. Indeed, all four. Beverly, I don't think she has to, but certainly when it comes to breeding time, elephant cows do seem to be more drawn towards the very biggest and very most dominant bulls. And that's a good question. Essentially, when you think about it, an elephant has the longest gestation period of any mammal on land at about 22 months, just short of 2 years. And the arrival of that calf is a lifelong commitment. So you can understand that cow wanting the very best genetics to be added to hers in the formation of some new life. She wants a prime bull that's going to create big, healthy babies. And in many ways, that is the function of the natural world in a nutshell. Natural selection. Sure, this chap is a big bull. He doesn't have the most enormous ivory, but the tusks are beautifully well formed. A very unique shape with both of those ends sort of curving in towards one another. Now, he's not one of Africa's biggest by any means, but he's very, very impressive. And by the looks of things, possibly quite musty as well. It's giving us lots of musty body language. And certainly the effect he's having on the smaller bulls, causing them to sort of move out of the way a bit. Yeah, I reckon this guy is in a must cycle. You can also see the kind of fleshy area around his forehead, his temples, his eyes. It's quite puffy and swollen. And indeed his temporal gland, a gland kind of linked to his emotions and his system of hormones internally, is streaming fluid. There's a bit of a wet patch between his eye and his ear. Yeah, this chap is out looking for trouble today. He'll also be dribbling urine almost constantly, so he's very, very dehydrated. He's almost certainly tired, quite grumpy, and in search of the company of females. That is an elephant bull, if you were on safari, that would be in your best interest to avoid. Don't want to be too close to a big guy like that. Sure, that other chap on the right is also big, big, big. Relatively short tusks, but again we know the vast majority of elephant tusk growth happens in the final chapter of their life, so probably somewhere between their late 30s and sort of their 50s. So I put the chap on the right at like early 30s. He's going to be very impressive indeed. Big boys. Bit of an itchy ear there. Now this chap on the left has got quite raggedy ears. Almost certainly those cuts and tears and things have been happening throughout his life. It's a pretty rough lifestyle. There's lots of pushing and shoving between the big males, and even raking those ears through vegetation occasionally splits them. And now those tears will never heal, so elephant experts monitoring these guys will actually plot out a unique pattern of tears and splits, a bit like a fingerprint. And that's a very great way, a very accurate way to identify these ellies through their lives. Lady Macbeth, they certainly compete with a couple of the tuskers in the Greater Kruger, but I think much of the same. Hey, it's probably quite close. I don't know of any one bull being sort of the biggest or having the biggest tusks in South Africa. I don't know of the existence of that particular title. But Tembe is famous for some enormous tusked ellies, as is the Kruger. I've been lucky enough to see a couple of the really big tuskers in the Kruger National Park, and in recent months the Isselwini bull around Pridelands. Yeah, I actually got some unbelievably cool footage of that Isselwini guy just on my iPhone, feeding right next to my door on Pridelands. Unbelievable stuff, and it very much seems like the biggest bulls are some of the most relaxed. My assumption being that there's very little out there that is going to challenge an elephant of that size. I mean, Isselwini is about 7 tons, with some of the biggest ivory tusks in the Greater Kruger. Yeah, if you want to check that footage out, that footage I'm talking about out. It's on my Instagram, so have a look there at Liamborough Wildlife. Yeah, pretty amazing stuff. Yeah, unfortunately, these genes for very big tusks are more uncommon than they are regularly found, and that's largely thanks to my ancestors, some of the Europeans that started to make their way through Africa. Obviously, the biggest bulls with the longest tusks were the most prized animals to shoot on the hunt, and many thousands of them were. So decades upon decades of that commercial ivory hunting virtually wiped out the big tuskers.
Africam brings the wild to you. Watch the big 5 at our Waterhole cameras. Indulge your passion for birding with the black eagles on the Black Eagle camera, flamingos at Camphor's Dam, and penguins at Stony Point. Listen to the soothing sounds of Lisbon Falls, or witness animals up close at Cat-Eye Pan. Imagine you're at the hide at Aldonyo Lodge, gazing at elephants with the majestic Mount Kilimanjaro as your backdrop. Join us at Africam for an extraordinary wildlife adventure.
Ha ha! and another elephant to compete with the ellies that we've been seeing everywhere else today. Now this guy is slightly different. Here in Okakoyo, kind of south of Etosha National Park. This is a desert adapted elephant. So genetically it is a savanna elephant, the same species we've just been looking at Tembe. But these guys are highly evolved to eke out an existence in a very, very arid landscape. Now there is a bit of water available here at Okakoyo that is artificially pumped. But otherwise, across much of this landscape, there is no water to be found anywhere. For something like an elephant that has huge demands on water daily, that makes this a very challenging place to survive. But these desert-adapted ellies make it look easy. Some of the most nomadic elephant populations on the continent, without a doubt. They simply have to walk much further distances between sources of food and water every day. And now we have been seeing quite large groups of these desert-adapted ellies around Okakoyo in recent days. It does seem to just be this lone bull for the moment. And truth be told, there simply aren't that many of them out there. A couple of hundred for all of Namibia. So to be looking at even one is a very special thing. Where's he gone? Such a joyful scene. This immense 6 or 7 ton bull just rolling around, having the nicest day possible. It always amazes me, these guys are the most serious looking animals on land, and then they get into water and they're like kids at the pool. Very playful, very happy looking. Nina, that is a very, very good question. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not 100% sure. But I think your logic is pretty bang on. I would think having much bigger eyelashes would be an essential adaptation to deal with all of the dust and the sand and everything getting blown around. Yeah, I'll try and find out about that. As I say, I'm not 100% sure. Certainly these ellies in this environment live shorter lives as a result of all of the sand kind of trapped in the food and contained in the vegetation that they're actually feeding on. So bulls are reckoned to live probably about 45, maybe 50 years. Cows even less than that. In contrast to the savanna ellies in the greater Kruger, which get about 10 more years than that. And again, it's reckoned to be, because their teeth are just accelerated in terms of wear and tear, thanks to all of this desert sand. Again, an elephant's life is very much determined by the longevity of its teeth. They get 6 sets of molar teeth. In contrast to humans, we obviously get 2, and milk teeth and our adult teeth. Ellie teeth last about 10 years, depending on where the elephant is and the kind of vegetation it's eating. But if those teeth wear out too soon, essentially if that elephant is consuming too much sand, its life will be a bit shorter. It's not that they starve to death in old age. The teeth are simply worn down until they're completely smooth. Its grinding ability is a bit limited. And I think gradually their immune system starts to decline. And much like elderly people, we can be very vulnerable to common afflictions, colds, flu, essentially difficulties that a normal healthy person could fight off quite easily, but an elderly individual is knocked right over. But yeah, essentially, if you think about it, 60 years is a pretty good innings, even 50 for a wild animal. So if an elephant has managed to get all the way there, it's a pretty big victory. For a bull, he's almost certainly sired countless young and achieved the closest thing to immortality that any of us on Earth could hope to achieve, which is to leave behind our genetic material in the next generation, in our offspring. It's a pretty beautiful thing. A little dab chick there as well, looking minuscule by comparison. This Ellie is having such a good time. It must be such a relief to sort of take a load off of those weary legs as well in the water. That weightless feeling has got to be particularly refreshing to an elephant that's been wandering around for days on end. So this is absolutely an oasis for these guys. I don't know, maybe he's finishing up here. And I wonder if we'll see an appearance of the very large herd, the herd of about 35 cows and calves that we have been seeing in recent days. For now, though, just this big guy. He's broken off both of his tusks. They're very, very stumpy and short.
Step into a world of discovery as you join Eco Training's renowned courses in the heart of Kenya's Masai Mara. These courses are the perfect way to gain a deep understanding of the African bush, even if you have limited time. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to experience the wild in a meaningful and life-changing way. Enroll today and embark on a transformative journey with Eco Training in Kenya's Masai Mara, the leading force in conservation education.
Van oben kan van nog wegen met dat stuk dat wat größer ist und mehr van dat was zo van
Our big bull roaming off there across that concrete flat. You can kind of see a dust devil whipping a whole lot of soil, particles of sand, dust, that sort of thing, up into the air there to his left. A pretty harsh landscape. But yeah, even in these extremes, there are life forms out there, some of the biggest life forms around, that can make it work. Busy Bee, you've hit a very, very sort of touchy subject right on the head there. So in many of Southern Africa's national parks, when an elephant does inevitably die, a big tusker, those tusks are taken out of the skull and put into a government stockpile. Now, they are given sort of a reference number which should be stamped onto the tusk and put into some sort of database. But many of our governments are notoriously corrupt, and I have no doubts that the contents of those storerooms occasionally go missing. My humble opinion, and not everybody has to share it, my humble opinion is that we should be doing the same thing that Kenya does. And the Kenyan government amasses quite a stockpile of tusks, be they from elephants sort of dying of natural causes, or tusks taken away from poachers that are arrested. And every so often, Kenya heaps them all in a big pile in a field, invites all the media, and they cover them with petrol and they burn them. I think we are looking for trouble hanging on to those ivory tusks. Ideally, we don't want them to be worth anything, regardless of in whose hands they are in. Destroy them. That is my very, very firm feelings on that topic. The only thing out there that needs an elephant tusk is an elephant. Yeah, it is a bit of a touchy subject, though, as I mentioned. A lot of people say that we should be trying to trade in that sort of legal ivory. I say legal in parentheses. But anyway, a discussion for another day, perhaps. Let's head over now to Old Donyo in southern Kenya to see what's happening there. So over at Old Donyo, we have what I think is a Grant's gazelle in the background there. It certainly does look like it. Very impressive looking ram. And not much else to speak of. So this guy, pretty bizarrely, has no relation to the springbok, which might look very, very similar to him. In truth, the springbok only has really one close relative out here. It's something called the gerenuk. And if you look at the springbok's scientific name, Antidorcus marsupialis, Antidorcus literally translates to not a gazelle. They are something all on their own. How impressive is this guy though? Serious set of horns. And off he goes. I think there is a little bit of a delay on this feed, but perhaps we can sort of pan the camera around a little bit. See what else is around. Quite a bit of insect life. Lots of butterflies and dragonflies coming in for a drink. Kilimanjaro kind of hidden in the clouds back there today. Not much of a view of it. It's just that sort of big blue mass. And of course the very iconic umbrella thorn trees. Yeah, there's our Grant's gazelle. He's still around. Seriously pretty looking antelope. Those little grooves and ridges on his horns are reckoned to be an adaptation to keep rams safe from one another during fights. Now they will obviously lock those horns and start pushing and shoving, but the idea being that the fight should test the ram's strength and endurance rather than encourage those individuals to stab each other. Though occasionally obviously the horns do slip and they will impale each other, potentially fatally wounding their opponent. Alrighty, well, I think time to check in at Naledi in Baluli's Olifantswest Game Reserve outside the town of Hoedspruit. So nestled in the western sector of the Greater Kruger National Park is Naledi in Baluli's Olifantswest Game Reserve. I was fortunate enough to spend, I think, around 3 years of my very early guiding career actually guiding around Naledi. I worked initially for one of Naledi's neighbors, a little lodge called Sausage Tree. So I know many of these pans very well. Naledi, Rosie's. I've got a lot of very fond memories around these places. And we are looking at a beautiful Southern African giraffe bull. Not the biggest of guys, probably 4.5 meters tall. He's got some growing to do, but that is still a very, very big animal. But still completely vanishes behind a simple tree. Oh, there's another one. Very well spotted there, this time a female by the looks of things. I can make that judgment very quickly, just looking at the ossicles, those sort of bony formations on the top of her head, not true horns. In a female, they're quite skinny, they're kind of bent inwards, and they've got that black fluff on the tip, a bit like stubby paintbrushes. A bull's horns are thick, like cans of beer, and completely bald on the top. They're also much straighter. So without a doubt, an adult female. happily tucking away into this bush that's been just flattened by elephants. Ellie populations in this Olifants West area are very, very strong. My first encounter ever with Ezulweni, the big elephant bull, was actually in this area. Spent many happy months following him around with different sets of guests over, as I say, about a 3-year period. And there's a lot more out here too. Very good lions, nice leopard. It was an extremely cool place to explore.
Whether you're a retiree, a recent graduate, or a professional seeking a change, the 55-day eco-training program is for you. With the coaching of experienced training guides, you'll embark on an unforgettable adventure that will give you a deep understanding of wildlife, conservation, and African cultures. If you sign up locally or internationally using this promo code, you'll receive 2,000 Rand off.
To be put up anywhere. So this is in many ways where the story began. Nice to come back here. I don't really see this big eagle anywhere, but that's all good. It was nice to at least get a brief view of him. I think that was a tawny eagle. Djuma is looking lush. Lots of greenery. But yeah, it certainly presents some challenges when you're out there in person on safari or live for WildEarth, with a lot more water out in the bush, little puddles and little ephemeral pans. The wildlife does seem to spread out a bit. You're not getting them concentrating around the bigger dams like you were when things were dry. So yeah, it can be challenging. But with the sheer density of high-profile species that you do see in a place like the Sabi Sands, it's very rarely going to be an unsuccessful day. And I've always found if you slow things down a bit, even if you are battling a little bit to find big sightings, focus on a lot of the smaller stuff which is always around, the birds, the frogs, reptiles, butterflies, other insects. Often the big stuff emerges while you're busy with that. I think what we've got there is Burchell's starlings, quite dark birds with long tails. Yeah, those look like Burchell's to me. But not much to report otherwise. Cool. Well, we're certainly going to keep an eye on this Djuma area in case anything else pops up. But while we do that, let's head back over to Jamala to see what's happening. So back up in Madikwe, much further northwest of Djuma, we've got still some elephant activity around the water here. Looks like a sub-adult cow. This is a youngish female elephant, so I presume there's other ellies around. She's almost certainly attached to that little group that we saw drinking here only minutes ago. Once again, picking the very freshest point to have a drink, that outlet, where the water is being artificially pumped up from 100 meters or so below from the water table. Again, it can be a little bit of an ethical discussion as to whether or not reserves should be sort of providing sources of artificial water. Again, the continuous theme across many of these areas is that we want to keep human impact as low as possible. You want nature to take its course, but essentially in an environment where we have erected fences on all sides, even though that environment is very, very big indeed, can be many, many thousands of acres. If those animals don't have the ability to move to a new area completely, we have a responsibility to produce water, to provide water. Also, the majority of these places are funded by ecotourism operations. So there are lodges and safaris being run out here. Now you need water to concentrate wildlife and make those sightings a bit more regular. Without that funding, it's very, very difficult to get the conservation that is required to keep these areas going done. And in truth, I think the future of many of Africa's wilderness areas is sustainable ecotourism. If we can show governments, in particular the governments of developing African countries, that there is value to be had in a tourism economy, and these places will be prioritized and protected. Yeah, let us not be the generation that lets all of these iconic species go. Ideally, they should all be here long after we're all gone. Overall, at least in much of southern Africa, elephant populations are on the rise. But looking at long-term trends for the continent of Africa, beginning about 100 years ago with around 10 million elephants, and we are down to a total population of about 4 million, or rather 400,000, sorry. So that tells a story of pretty massive decline. Now, a lot has happened in Africa in the last 100 years, and the human population has grown exponentially. And unfortunately, it's very, very difficult to find a happy balance between sort of the needs of people and the movement of African ellies. The very worst effects are experienced in very, very rural areas, with some of the most impoverished people in the world trying to sustain themselves off of a single acre or two of corn, of maize. And if you think about it, an elephant comes through there and in one night eats that family's sort of a year's worth of food. So you can very much understand the perspective of those people wanting to shoot and poison ellies and that sort of thing. But there are other solutions. Now, we now know that African elephants are absolutely petrified of bees, and the simple African honeybee is enough to turn them away. So if you can establish colonies of bees in agricultural areas often, simply erecting a few hives is enough to keep elephants out altogether. And then obviously you have the marvelous benefit of the pollination of those bees on the crops and the production of honey, which can be a bit of a side hustle, a bit of another source of income for those people. And we've got to be looking more and more at nice eco-friendly solutions to human-wildlife conflict. There is less and less wildlife every year.
What if you could explore the world from an entirely new perspective? Flying a real drone live without leaving home. This is Nature Eye. Discover our planet's landscapes with a personal guide and a powerful camera. Every flight helps conserve the locations you visit. Book your adventure with Nature Eye.
Have just been picked up off the ground quite naturally with nothing getting hurt. That is absolute nonsense. The tusk is fixed in that elephant's skull, and the only way it can come out is if the elephant has died. So I think if people had the right information, the right idea, if they knew how much suffering went into the production of those ivory trinkets, people would be less likely to spend money, and it is an absolute fortune. Tens of thousands of US dollars for a carved tusk. Yeah, if the buying stops, the killing can too. Superb. Well, in the spirit of keeping things moving, let's head back up to Old Donyo in southern Kenya and see what's happening there. Ha ha ha. A very nice Maasai giraffe just approaching the water's edge here at Old Donyo. You can see quite different markings on this guy compared to the southern African giraffes that we've just been looking at. He's got more of like a maple leaf pattern, sort of those broken, frayed edges. And these are gorgeous giraffes. And this is an adult bull at about 15 feet tall, the tallest mammal to walk anywhere on land. His little oxpecker companion also taking the opportunity to hop off. Oh, he's got a couple of them. Hop off and have a drink as their host does the same. How's that spread? My goodness. Those front legs under some serious tension to get this drinking done. It's got to be one of the most awkward looking scenes in nature, but yeah, this is just how they do it. Now, the giraffe is essentially a bit of a circulatory miracle of nature. Picasso giraffes have got very, very good eyesight. So certainly at a distance of 5 or so meters, a giraffe won't have any trouble at all focusing on something at 5 meters. Certainly at much greater distances than that, giraffes have some of the best vision of many of the herbivore species. Certainly from the perspective of someone like myself, a naturalist, the giraffes can actually be really useful when we've been out tracking something like a lion or a leopard. With their lofty perspective, obviously those eyes are mounted on the sides of its head, often 15 foot off the ground. There's not a whole lot that a giraffe doesn't see. When they do spot lions or a leopard or wild dogs or something like that, they very often point with their nose. So if you drive into an area and all of the giraffes are pointing in a direction that isn't towards you, very often they've seen something that is scarier than you are. Yeah, I can't even count the amount of times we've managed to get wonderful sightings of predators thanks to very obliging giraffes. Check that out. We've even got an agama sort of on our side of the waterhole, but kind of in line with the giraffe. I don't know if we have the ability to zoom in there. think we're going to ask the zoomies to try and zoom in there, hopefully before he moves. Agamas are some really, really impressive lizards. The males of that family are some of the most brightly colored lizards in Africa. I think what we've got in front of us is a red-headed agama. We might not get the zoomies to get there in time, unfortunately. But a really, really vivid-looking lizard species. And the colors, once again, in the skin of that lizard are affected by his testosterone. So in the breeding season, which is on at the moment, his head becomes the most gorgeous shade of orange. And that'll be used to try and attract a mate. We get another species of that agama across much of South Africa's low veld, the blue-headed agama. The males are just an explosion of rainbow colors. I think he's moved, unfortunately, scuttled off in search of some females. But at least we did get a brief look there. That was very cool. It's the first example of one of these guys I've seen it live at the Waterhole. Yeah, I'm not quite sure where he went off to, possibly even more to the right somewhere. But yeah, even if we are unsuccessful at sniffing him out, I think we did see him, at least briefly. Again, we try and look at things out here as holistically as we can. It's not all necessarily about the big high-profile stuff all the time. I certainly find a lot of interest and a lot of passion in many of the countless species of smaller animals. Insects, reptiles, birds, butterflies. And there is beauty in all living things, and certainly value for us. Okay, not to worry. Our giraffe doesn't seem to be in much of a hurry to go anywhere. He's just enjoying the view from the side of the waterhole. A towering bull. Sugarbit, I like your thinking. Not to my knowledge, though. Again, it's what giraffes have evolved over countless millions of years in order to do. So yeah, they've evolved the right kind of tendons, very, very strong cartilage, and awfully tough ligaments in order to support that very awkward-looking movement. and off he goes. Now, the word giraffe is believed to have originated from an Arabic word, zarafa, which means a swift walker or the one who walks swiftly, which I think is quite nice. And he's demonstrated that very, very clearly to us. He's off. This would be the right moment for that agama to show up again, but I think that's perhaps wishful thinking. And not too much to be seen in terms of mammals around the water's edge for the moment. But as we've seen so many times before here at Old Donyo, things change. The slopes of Kilimanjaro there in the background, this is such a special part of the world. Alrighty, well, I think with not much happening around here for the moment, we'll certainly keep an eye on things at Old Donyo, but let's head back up to Tau in Madikwe in South Africa. Back to a slightly drizzly looking Tau. That's very, very nice. So while drizzly conditions might mean that sightings slow down a little bit, obviously the arrival of rainfall is a very, very good thing. Now, it might be tough for anybody actually out on a safari today, not the nicest conditions to be in an open vehicle. But if you think of the slightly bigger picture, these precious droplets of water from above are quite literally injecting life back into this area. Our crocs, I'm certain, are still in their same spots. Yeah, this chap has shifted a bit. It's still there. Where's his friend? Yeah, same spot. There are at least 5 crocodiles that we've viewed at any one time, all roughly the same sort of size. I'd say between 2 and about 3.5 meters long. Oh, there's a bit of movement.
Africam brings the wild to you. Watch the big 5 at our Waterhole cameras. Indulge your passion for birding with the black eagles on the Black Eagle camera, flamingos at Camphor's Dam, and penguins at Stony Point. Listen to the soothing sounds of Lisbon Falls, or witness animals up close at Cat Eye Pan. Imagine you're at the hide at Aldonio Lodge, gazing at elephants with the majestic Mount Kilimanjaro as your backdrop. Join us at Africam for an extraordinary wildlife adventure.
Dory, that is truly an excellent question. And no, the answer applies to all reptiles, and they continue to grow until the day they die. It's something pretty unique about the entire reptile family. So provided the right conditions are available, you can see reptiles becoming absolutely massive in size. Truthfully, some of the biggest Nile crocodiles out there are over 6 meters long, weighing well over a metric ton, 2,200 pounds. Still though, they're not the biggest crocodile species on Earth. The biggest are found in parts of Australia, with the saltwater crocodile taking the title as the heaviest reptile on the planet. There are some in parts of the Northern Territory in Australia that that'll get up to 7, even 8 meters long. Literally living dinosaurs. But these Nile crocodiles are nothing to be scoffed at. They are serious apex predators. And that is an animal that I have a massive amount of respect for. I find them pretty frightening. I would certainly rather be dealing with a lion or an elephant or a rhino or a buffalo or something like that at very close quarters than be dealing with a Nile crocodile in deep water. Yeah, massive respect. Massive, massive. We're getting a wonderful look at his very muscular, powerful tail there. Now that tail can be used under the right circumstances in the water to propel that crocodile up to half of its body length out of the water. It can quite easily lunge sort of 1.5 meters or more to grip onto the face or a front leg of something like a wildebeest coming down to the water's edge to drink. Crocodiles have immense bite force, a bone-crushing pressure, many, many hundreds of pounds per square inch. But quite bizarrely, the muscles that control a crocodile's ability to open its mouth are very, very undeveloped. So if you were able to restrain a crocodile, if you were able to get its legs up off the ground, you could keep its head, or rather its mouth closed, simply by holding it with 2 hands. But a little disclaimer, do not try this at home. A crocodile obviously has the ability to shake its head pretty violently from left to right. So if you were sat on its back trying to hold its mouth closed, it would almost certainly break your arms. But certainly people that are trying to move perhaps a problem crocodile, something like that, a simple strip of duct tape over the upper and lower jaw is enough to keep those jaws closed. Again, all of the muscle has evolved to give that crocodile its bone-crushing bite. Surprisingly though, with that bone-crushing bite in mind, Victor, birds of prey certainly do. Obviously not a crocodile of this size, but a little newly hatched crocodile, a little neonate, again at about 25 to 30 centimeters long, not more than about 12 inches. That will very happily be taken by something like a fish eagle especially. Yeah, baby crocs are extremely, extremely vulnerable. Even a bigger catfish, a bass, something like that, will swallow a little hatchling Nile croc in one go, down the hatch. But yeah, surprisingly, even with that incredible bone-crushing bite force, a crocodile has no ability to chew. So when they do kill something, they drag it into the water, the animal is drowned. A crocodile usually needs to have another crocodile nearby to anchor itself onto the carcass so that it can actually do something that's perhaps a bit dramatically referred to as a death roll. It basically just locks onto something like an antelope's leg, spins itself round and round in the water, and essentially pulls that limb right off. And then it'll swallow large pieces, complete with bones, hooves, all the hair and everything, kind of in one go. But these crocs do seem to be cooperative feeders to some degree. It makes it a bit easier if there's somebody else to anchor the body for you. Just a little twitch every now and then to remind you that this is still a living animal. A large amount of the tissue in this croc's tail, particularly down around the base, is fat. And a bit like a camel's hump, this is a long reserve fat supply designed to keep him alive in tough conditions.
I started watching WildEarth during COVID. I decided that I wanted to study more, and I saw that Eco Training Pridelands was doing courses, and I decided to do the 8-week online theory course at the end of last year. There's just so much out there to learn and to experience.
Sign up for an Eco Training digital course today with the promo code to receive 200 Rand off.
Crocodilians as a whole, as a greater family, also have some pretty unique elements to their bodies, elements that many other reptiles simply do not have. And it possibly stems from the fact that the crocodile has been on Earth for so much longer than many other species. The vast majority of reptiles have a very, very simple heart and quite a primitive brain. Crocodiles, on the other hand, have a heart that looks quite similar to ours with 4 chambers, and they come equipped with the frontal lobe of the brain. Now, very little is known about the function of the brain, but the frontal lobe is reckoned to be the sector responsible for kind of higher thinking, strategizing, planning, I'm sure tying into the cunning reputation that a Nile croc does have. And those are characteristics true of all crocs. Alligators, gharials, caimans. They are built to last. Alrighty, let's head back over to Old Donyo now. I believe worth a look. So back over at Old Donyo, a pretty stunning look at a couple of helmeted guinea fowl emerging from the bush, having a bit of a drink and doing a bit of feather maintenance, almost with the mirror in the water for reflection. Pretty raucous birds. They do tend to make quite a bit of noise, but they're one of my favorites, an iconic African bird family. Now, there are quite a few variations. Parts of East Africa also get the vulturine guinea fowl, which is worth a Google if you've never seen one of those. As its name suggests, it does look rather vulture-like. They've got kind of a bare head and neck, but they all sort of occupy a very similar ecological niche. There he is, calling away nicely. Both sexes have the horn on the head and the colourful markings sort of along that neck, all of the blue and the red, etc. But the male is reckoned to be the one that makes the most noise. Bush chickens, if you will. And you might not be able to really see it from here. The feathers are black in color, but covered in very, very well defined white polka dots. These lovely spots. They're slightly funny looking, but I think in a lot of ways are very, very pretty birds. And found throughout much of sub-Saharan Africa, all over the place. Often even on the fringes of towns and cities. Thank you very much for that, Jane. It's been wonderful having you on board, and I'm happy you've enjoyed the bit that we've had to show you today. It is, as ever, a real privilege to be able to do this. Yeah, I've had a wonderful time in recent years, kind of leading safaris with WildEarth, out kind of live on location, and more recently even doing this live at the Waterhole show from home. It really is, yeah, it's wonderful to present this subject material, which is yeah, something so close to my heart, to all of you at home. It's a real privilege. It's something that I take very seriously. But unfortunately, in about 60 seconds, we're going to be wrapping up the Live at the Waterhole show for the afternoon. But fear not, there is a live safari going out with WildEarth this afternoon to follow on to this program. And the Live at the Waterhole show will be back for another morning and afternoon segment tomorrow. And so wherever you are, I hope you've got some nature close by. But in its absence, come back to us. We've always got something to show you and something interesting to talk about. From myself, Liam Burrow, the naturalist that's been talking to you, Tadiwa, doing a lot of our controlling, and the entire WildEarth team, thanks a million, and see you soon.